Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales game dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today we're working on... What are we working on? Insignia? I'm trying to prioritize things now. It's getting a little difficult to do that because there's just so many things to do. And I gotta do it, you know? I got a list of things. We can try checking them off. And hopefully we make as much progress as possible today. I might even have it be a bit of a quiet one today. Maybe a little bit less chat on stream to see how things go. See if we can keep that momentum going. I want to say off the top, a big thank you and welcome to everybody who's here in chat. I want to say particularly thank you to Ebuchadnezzar and Castatatus, as well as Bruhimsons for the most recent messages. Also, River the Links for the most recent follow, and Sneaky Pops for the most recent subscription. Hey. Yo, I feel like my mic is getting a little bit... Something's going on here. I don't know, man. I feel like it's just a little bit... The limiter is... I feel like I'm peaking the mic, you know, a little bit. Maybe I need like a compressor on there as well. I don't know. Can I add one? I can. But I don't know how... I don't know like what a reasonable... You know what? Let's just not do that. Let's just leave it as it is. I'll speak from back here and I'll try to be nice and clear for you while I'm talking. Okay, so, man, I'm emotionally exhausted today. I think I'm really tired. I had a really tough start to my day, and I've been sort of rushing around, and I haven't really had a lot of time to just like stop. So maybe that's why I'm just a bit frazzled right now. We're gonna work on some stuff. We got some people in the chat already. Welcome people. It's gonna like take a second. Yo, Ruderick, thanks for the follow. Oh, man, that is really tight. Anyway, welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. Okay. My day has just gone. Like, I didn't even get to start my day. Let's talk about it. Needed to see my mum in the morning. Needed to go visit her. See mum. Then I had meetings with sound team. Then I had an immediate meeting after that with animation trailer. Then I went straight into a psych appointment. Then I had a quick lunch. And then I went straight to do a chore that I had to do. And then that led me to here. That's been my day. I just did stuff that I had to do. But I didn't do any of the things that I would consider like my work. Although that's not really fair to me, is it? We've got some questions coming in from chat. Dan Biester says, how do you break through that wall between prototyping mechanics and building a playable slice? I get overwhelmed every time I end up starting something new. Hey Dan, that's a really common question that I think engineering types have, where they like to build things. They don't necessarily like to finish things, because finishing isn't really solving anything. It's kind of just polishing, and there's a different thing that you need to get excited about, I think, when it comes to that. So like, it's the difference between getting excited about figuring out how something works versus getting excited about figuring out how best to teach the player that thing. Games, in my opinion, are about guiding the player, like teaching the player something. All of the content behind a game should be justified by what it teaches the player or tests the player on. If you can get excited and interested about that, how to guide the player through this cool toy that you've made, teaching them how to use it, teaching them how it can be manipulated and how they can get creative with it, challenging them. If you can get excited about those parts, I feel like you'll get new stamina, because they are fundamentally different tasks. Mechanics versus vertical slice. It's systems versus content. If you're not passionate about content, you won't be passionate about building it. Sailorman says, hello, I'd be curious to hear about your sound team meeting. I have a meeting with the potential sound effect designer tonight. What should I look out for? Hey, Sailorman, I would say your best bet, based on my experience, I've worked with two, and if you can find a sound effect artist who already does the thing that you want, like if their portfolio already demonstrates the kind of thing that you are looking for, that's what you want. Because it's really hard to describe sound. It's really hard to give feedback to someone who's not really on the same wavelength as you, or to build a decorum and a not a decorum, a back and forth about like what that, like how to communicate, like a language between the two of you. It's hard to build that, especially if you don't know the person. So if you can get as close to like knowing that they're going to deliver the thing that you're already asking for as possible by hiring someone who just does that kind of thing, that's going to be your easiest choice. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot of like, you know, communication required and hand-holding and patience. Hey, Cheese on Cheese, welcome. Hey, Crazy, welcome. All right, so let's have a look here. I feel like something's happening with my mic today. I feel like we're back to not being able to hear it very well, or like it's too loud, too pitchy. Is that what's happening? Can you all hear that? I just feel like it was good the last couple of days, and then I didn't do anything, but it's already kind of in a weird spot again. I feel like I'm peaking it very easily. Like the gain is up too high. Yeah, but I don't know what I did to do that. I mean, I can do this. That's kind of, maybe that's what we want to do, is just like drop it down. There's a limiter on there. That's definitely way too much. But what about like, yeah, even that, man, I can hear it. What the hell? That's a lot better already, just that. Okay. Because oh man, even, bro. I'm dropping the gain down so that the limiter is less twitchy. Even that. You have to whisper the entire stream. Like, is this okay? Because I kind of want to get close to it. This is how I want to talk. Maybe that's fine there. We just drop the mic enough. Big improvement already. Awesome. Yeah, it seems like maybe the driver's gone a little weird. Like, I'm not using Motive, but I feel like the mic should have an onboard. It's got an onboard driver, right? Not driver, like an onboard set of software settings that come from the software from the PC. Presets or like profiles. Maybe I should just open up Motive even me just saying even, like just then, I thought I could hear it go over. Let's see what happens. Oh, that immediately changed it, didn't it? Listen to that. I feel like I can't even hear it anymore. What the heck? Oh, wow. What the heck? All right. So... okay. Let's take the limiter off, or maybe we want to push the gain up now, like up to like a little more. Yeah, no, see what happened is it's actually not, how do I put this? What I think happens, it's kind of like a mouse. It's got onboard settings that get set from the software, but you don't need to have the software running to make those onboard settings, whatever. But I think it can forget those settings. I think that's just what happened. It should sound good now. Is everyone happy with how it sounds right now, or am I still clipping? Am I still going up too high? Sound good right now? Okay. Shouldn't need the limiter. I mean, I can turn it off. I can turn all of it off. I've got 2 limiters, I guess. Let's turn that off. Okay, everything's off right now. I just got this gain on this. But yeah, like that's it. A little bit of compressor is okay. Do you want a bit more? Like this? Is that a little better? A little bit more clear? Hopefully that's like going to keep it in a reasonable volume when I talk left and right of the mic. Let's run with this for a while. Okay? All right. I might duck this down just a little bit. 2 decibels. Save. All right, let's go. Okay, so I could work on the pitch deck right now. There are other things that I kind of need to work on a little faster, so I'm going to try to get through those. Let's put this aside. I'll do it later tonight. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh yeah, this. Oh, I have to do this today. This is a definite one today. Ensign menu and tutorial GIFs. Yeah, and then also the like onboarding, the Ensign menu onboarding sequence. This might take me the rest of the day, to be honest. Like, this is probably going to take an hour. All right, let's see how we go. Okie dokie. So, man, I'm so glad I fixed that, because my ears, I was hearing it, you know, I was hearing myself peak it in my own ears, and it was bothering me. It was killing me. Yeah, Figma's, I mean, you know, it's great. Hey, Choosing Night. So, I kind of want to pick up where we left off yesterday. I know I was doing the rows stuff. This is not my work. Ooh. I need to stash this. Discard all this. And then switch over to development. And then apply the stash. And then commit that. And then I wanted to go over to, I think we could just merge music in. Hey Nikita, what monitor size would you recommend? I mean, I think 24 inches is great. I think that's my default. Everything that I use is 24 inches. It's like just a nice, you know, it's a good size. You can keep everything that you're looking at in one focus. Does anyone use monitors bigger or smaller than that? I really like 24. I think when I got my first one, I got 32 and didn't realize how big it was. Feels like I'm working off a TV. This song is Deep Castle from Mario and Chill. This is like a track that you would hear in like a documentary. In fact, I think I used it in my little video about Dark Souls. All right, we're going to try something. Oops, don't want that to happen. You hearing that? The difference between the two tracks? Oh. Cool. So the things that I wanted to work on were to do with ability unlocking. So I want to take this to like a test area and see if I can get it done there. From what I understand, the way that I've got this set up is that the unlock thing exists on the Crucible. So here it is here, ability unlock modal. But those modals are not the same thing as the end sign menu, which is like the sphere grid from Final Fantasy X. So this button needs to take us to that menu. We should be able to do that in just like a nice safe environment. Let's go to Scratchpad. No, not this scene. Sorry, pals. Man, I gotta fix that. My watch cutting across my keyboard and hitting the boom from underneath. It's terrible. All right, maybe this scene, it's time to get rid of all this stuff in it. Oh yeah, I was working on this before. I'll keep that there. So anyway, we can load in. And the idea is we want to be able to open up the menu. So is it in, do I have it here? Mastery. It is here. Okay. And I should just be able to press open. Open start. Okay. Is there a function called just open? Is this isn't referenced by anything? Okay. So then, and is there a singleton for this thing? There is, called instance. Where do I reference it? Nowhere. Okay. All right. So then we should just be able to go to the engine and then the menu, and then let's do it out of context. So game menu. You. So this option here. Now there is no, the menu isn't accessible from inside of this prefab. So actually we have to go to the game engine, and then the ensign mastery menu is here. So we can point to the game menu that we want here. Now I gotta get the camera out of the way because it's causing a bit of problems here. So let's go back in. And then it's, I hate doing this. Hey, Maisie Mummy. It's a plugin that I wrote that we're still working on. It will be available at some point. Hey, Yo-Yo Bob, welcome. So this system page has graphical menu options, grid, ensigns. And I don't have an option here. So what I want to do is go to the Ensign Mastery menu and put it on the forward option of that button called Open Start. Something happened. We got here. And now we can't get out. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, as a graph, it does look like an Unreal Engine thing. That's weird. Hang on a second. This can just go away altogether. That can go there. Yeah, the node graph sort of setup is very Unreal Engine, but Unity has them too. So I think this is because we're not pausing. I mean, the fader is not set up to pause, to play through the pause. So if we go back to Ensign Mastery menu and then we go find our fader, this thing needs to have an option. Unscaled time is set to true. Oh, interesting. Does update run? Bonjour, Acrobat. Does update run if timescale is 0? It should. I think fixed update is the only thing that doesn't run if timescale is 0. It has to be. Yeah, just fixed update doesn't run. So this should still work. I don't know. I actually do not know. We could check it out. It might be behind what we're doing right now, visually. It's on UI at 1101. That seems reasonable. That's pretty high. So I wouldn't expect it to not be moving, but let's have a look. That's it there. Here's the fader. Oh! Wait, what? It's so tiny. Well, that might do it. Oh! It's so little. Now, why does it look perfect here? It's a sprite renderer, right? So given that it's a sprite renderer, I mean, we could put it on the canvas, but if it's a sprite renderer, well, I don't know. It's so small. Wait, it got scaled to 6.4 by 3.6. Oh, is there a UI scaler? Does that scale everything? Oh, all of the children? No, just the local scale of this thing. Uh-huh. That's my bad. But it shouldn't make a difference. Unless this is doing something. Aha, there it is. Yep, okay, I got it. This should not scale with camera. Hey. Do you think the jittering is like not like, does it look bad? It's supposed to be like menu transition. I guess I need to be more consistent with it. Right now it's like, it's too many steps and it takes too short of an amount of time. I've got it set to 8. Maybe I just shouldn't do it. It'll probably feel better. I think it looks like a bug right now. Unless I do like 4 steps, like chuck, 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 chuck. Oh yeah, the book previously opened up like that at the start. I'm still figuring out what I want to do with it. So the first thing we want to do is not load in on an item. Now hopefully I can put this at the top. And then maybe like I want it to be drawn on top. That's all right. I'll just let it be at the bottom. So probably should just be disabled at the start. Whoop, okay, that's not right. So not disabled. But the canvas should be set to 0 or something. So, whoop, one sec. So it's the alpha on this group, which should be part of the mastery node modal. Do we have a group? Nope. Okay, well, what's controlling the group of this thing? Modal. Modal.fader.open. If selected node is not null, Okay, but where is this? Where is the group? Where is the alpha of this thing? When I close it, what happens? The fader closes. What is the fader controlling? Modal fader has a canvas group. Oh, I see. I see. Well, then this thing needs to start at 0. No, not quite. I'm guessing. I'm just guessing my way through it. Nice. Nice. That's better. Now, I've got a bit of a trouble here, bit of an issue. So right now, this is all working quite well. It's just a little bit awkward. I basically got it that the part that you hover over, the cursor, if you look, between here and here, see how the cursor, whenever it touches this, it pushes to the left, and whenever it touches this, it pushes to the right. So you really only get, you're really operating within this range. And what that does is it leaves this much space on screen for popping this guy in. So no matter what, you always have enough space for the modal to show up. Because if I let you put this cursor like over here, for example, where would you put the modal? It would be over here, or you'd have to swap it. You'd have to find space on screen to show the modal every time. Whereas the way that I've got it now, it's more like it always just pops up where you need it. And it's always in the right spot. The only problem I have with this is that there's a bit of a, you see this, when the cursor gets close, it kind of snaps in. But if you're moving, it sort of jumps the camera toward a little bit, which feels a little bit like a little ugly. Also, when you touch it, like the hit area is not super obvious. And then when you try to move out, it doesn't move out from where you were. Like if the mouse was here and I tap it just in there, it's not here now, it's in the middle. Even if I come from the top, it's not here, it's in the middle. So when I move to the right, it pops out from the nearest, it sort of like jumps you out from where you're headed. Which I think is mostly right. Like I worked really hard on this thing. I just maybe think, I don't know, maybe there's something that needs to happen. The snapping just feels a little off. I tried to base this on the FF10 sphere grid. So I think that's how that works in that game. A slight delay. We can have a look. So what have I got here? We've got the cursor, which is this. And the camera takes the transform position. And asks if it's within the snap distance. So that's that. Okay. Are the nodes linked? Any reason you're using a free cursor and not just moving between the nodes directly? Yeah, because they are not arranged in a grid that is very easy to move around in with a point-to-point system. So these items here, I'm snapping. Snip, snap, 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 snap. But these items are arranged cardinally. So if I'm at this item and I want to go down, it's obvious what down means because I've got a button that's down on my keyboard and the option is right below it. So moving around in a grid is super easy. We call this point-to-point. So in point-to-point navigation, if the things are arranged in a grid, then it's no problem. The issue comes up when you have a grid that's not arranged that way. If I'm here and I press right, where do I go? Do I go here? Do I go up here? Do I go down here? Logically, it's not clear what the player means when they press right. So I don't want to impose a fake order. I don't want to like force it. So it's like, oh, you press right and it goes up here, and then you press right again and it goes down here, right again and it goes over here. I don't really want to do that. So I specifically, like in this game, diamonds are an extremely common and lore-centric shape. It's just like really important that there's diamonds and that things are arranged in diamond formation. So the unfortunate aspect of that is that I want the grid to look this way. It's on purpose. It's not designed to be as usable as possible. It's designed to be aesthetic. I don't know what's happening there with my mouse while that skipped around like that, but I mostly just have an issue with like, it's maybe just a little too fast, the cursor, and it's a little slippery. We can update that. Now that really shouldn't be there unless that's multiplying by delta time. Okay, it is. Oh, I see. That's even better already. I don't like the directions seem to be independent, which I don't love. You can fix that too. So check input, it's going to give me a direction, I bet. Input equals 0. No, that shouldn't. I don't think that's right. I think that input and the deceleration of that input, unless input is adding to velocity, velocity plus equals input times speed. Ah, okay. So maybe the decay is just a bit too tight now. I've got it right. I've got so much of this right. Maybe the decay was just a bit too much. Maybe it's like it needs a little bit of a second before it snaps. It just feels kind of abrupt. What is that? I don't know what just happened then. I didn't press that. Or maybe it needs like a magnetic thing. Like maybe when you let go, the cursor will like zoop, like suck in. That might be nice rather than snapping. Maybe it literally should like lerp towards it. It's the same logic I just wrote. Oh, that's potentially the case, Strobbins. You think the dead zone for the camera should be tighter, as in the amount that you can move left and right before the camera starts following? Yeah, I think this is just no good. So we could just lerp, basically. That's kind of what we would want to do. Just lerp towards it. But that lerping, it should be like if the input amount is 0, if you're not inputting anything and you're nearby, move the camera towards it. And maybe even hide it or something. And the other question is like, by what distance? Like how much do we move it? If it's a percentage, it'll go on forever. If it's a flat amount, we might overshoot. So what is moving? Input is not 0. Okay, cool. Okay, so the other way to do this would be to say else selected node is not null and we are not moving and the image is enabled. So when does this get called? This gets called exactly during check selection. Let's turn that off. You don't have to do that. Vector2.lerp. Is that not a thing? What the heck? Get out of here. System.numerics. Who auto places that? So vector2.lerp from transform position to and then some time value. We could just do it over time, as long as we know like when we selected. So it would be like from the time we were last inputting anything. That's the start of the snap. So let's track that. So we're going to go helpers.map last input time is going to go all right. So how long do we want this to take? 0.5? Tick, tick. So that's too slow. Tick, tick. It's a third. Okay, let's try it. Ooh, that's very awkward. Okay, it did the opposite of what I wanted. Oh, great. That's perfect. Wait, why is that wrong? What's wrong with that? Object reference not set to instance of object. But it should only lerp to snap if Okay, hang on a second. If it's not null, if it's not null, if we're moving, then do that. Otherwise, do that. I almost feel like we'll do this. Hang on a second. All of this is separate from this. This is going to go here. Yeah, I generally tend to group animations to do with UI into like whole second, half second, and third of a second. I don't usually go smaller than that unless it's really tight. That's better. Yeah, that's perfect. It literally, first try. Yeah, great. Pretty good. We could go, we could like sort of decel into it if we really want. Like we could lerp it along a decel curve. But that's pretty fine actually. So what's the distance on these things? It's always 0.16. Why? Oh, but I'm overriding. So this should be, let's call it 2. Trail effect following behind the cursor. Maybe. Maybe it's a little too fast. Maybe we can make it a bit slower. Might be nice to have an animation as well. Hey, cool girl. Yo, I imagine you're ready. I said, hey, cool girl, and my phone was like, you mean, hey, Google? Not you again. Shush. All right. Cool. Let's have a chat. All right. I'm going to jump into the voice chat. One sec.
Howdy.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad.
Cool.
Kind of good today.
Sorry.
Kind of pleased about that.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Awesome. I have some stuff for you to work on, and I've already sent you this file. I have considered there. I have split the file.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what the best way to do it is, but there's like, we could approach it as one file with two characters in it, or split the file up into two files, one character each. I feel like maybe we could do it at the end. I'm not sure what the best way to approach it is. I don't have any context right now where I would want to see one character and not the other. So it might be a workflow thing. It might be just a utility thing down the line. It feels like, I don't know. We'll see how we go.
I mean, are they on? I'll have to.
They're on different layers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that wouldn't be too hard if retroactively we wanted to split them up. We could just turn off the layers and export them.
Yeah. I mean, we could literally save it into two files, delete one folder in one, and then delete the other folder in the other, and then just center them into the middle of the screen. That's easy enough. Yeah, it's like a 2-second thing. So maybe just for now while you're working, just because they're kind of in sync all the time, like the way that they just because they're a band. So I just wanted to explain kind of what the animations are. So packed idle, basically they're a traveling band. They've played their gig and now they're like moving on to the next town, and they're waiting for transport basically. So the idea here is that I guess they've both got suitcases, and then on her back, Miriam here has like maybe a small, it's like another bag for her, like accordion or something, like a separate bag that she carries in a backpack. So with the drafts off, that's nothing. This is kind of just ignore this completely.
Okay.
It's more like what you see here, but the head is kind of close to what I would want her to look like because she has her eyes shut the rest of it. So here I thought I'd just have her eyes be open. So you can use the head for this idle, but the rest of it I'm kind of just mocking up here. So I see her as like doing like a little bit of a sway, like back and forth, just like a very gentle, like in the, one second, in the animation schedule, I wrote a note for her to be swaying as if she's got like AirPods in or something, like headphones in, and she's kind of like listening to music in her head. But very gentle, not as much as like this. That's too much.
Yeah.
And then Louise here, he'd kind of just be like, I guess he's like he never talks. She speaks on behalf of both of them. So I imagine he would be kind of just like looking up and away, just like kind of like just sort of chilling in his own head. Maybe even like nodding his head, like doing a little like he's got a rhythm in there that he's thinking about. I don't know if this, like, it's not that high priority of an animation that we need to like break our backs adding frames to make these subtleties work. So I've put like a bit of a budget here for you in terms of frames. This would be like kind of a max. I wouldn't really go beyond this.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like a reasonable amount.
Yeah. And then I've got this drumming. This is just kind of like an incidental animation that he can do every so often where he just sort of like just does a little, he can't contain his little internal rhythm and he just drums it out on the top of the suitcase and then returns back to his idol. So that's that. And then the cheer is like a straight homage reference to this. That's not how you spell Luigi. It's kind of like maybe like this. If you see on my screen.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They just do like a
Use
yeah.
the cheer for the NPCs.
Yeah. So this is like them. This is like once you help them out. This is like their quest at the moment. So
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
once
yeah,
you finish the quest, they do a little jump together.
yeah.
Yay. And then, whatever.
Very funny that you've chosen Mario and Luigi to demonstrate this.
Yeah, well, we were playing around with names yesterday, and their names
I
are
was
Miriam and Louise.
there.
Luis. So
Yeah, I
Mario
like
and
it.
Luigi.
Very clever.
Yeah. They could be. I mean, I'm not going to go further than I designed these characters a long time ago, so
Yeah.
they're not Morgan and Luca. but
I didn't even think about that.
these two have been here since 2018, and I didn't know either of you
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
But
Honestly, I think the names are enough, especially with their like sort of almost matching physiques as well.
Cool. Yeah.
It's a nice little thing that I think players will sort of like do a double take at, but they'll never quite be sure if it was on purpose.
Cool. Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. Do you have any questions or thoughts about this?
I mean, it sounds pretty self-explanatory. The only thing I want to double check with the packed drawing, I'm assuming it's more of like a little like almost like a little solo, like a ba 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 ba,
Yeah.
instead of just like a rhythmic, because that would otherwise be like a loop, right?
Exactly. It's not. It's got a kind of loop back in with his idol. So it's maybe like a little breakaway and then comes back, or like a little then back.
Cool.
I haven't like drafted this out yet. So if you're interested in doing that, I'd be happy for you to like just take a snack, like a shot at it, and just see how efficient you can get with like how few frames you can express this thing. And if it doesn't work, then we can add frames or we can change it into a different thing. Because I'm not even 100% sure how many frames it needs. I'm just throwing a budget out there. So we've got, I think this is like 21 frames or something here. We do have two characters, but I'm sort of just, I'm hoping maybe like if you started like today, maybe by Friday, we'd be.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah. And then I might have something small that you can do over the weekend to fill the gaps, and then that can be considered one scope.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'll leave you with that, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye. Cool. I'm going to take a break, and then we'll come back and do this stuff. Hey, So Terrible. How's it going? So, hey, we got 200 concurrent viewers between Twitch and YouTube. Welcome, everybody. So my goal here is to basically hide all of these that you don't have unlocked. I'm pretty sure I have it already set up to do that. I just need to check to see what the... Yeah, we've got combat unlocked here. So let's go like South by Southwest action progress, and we should be able to see... Yeah, nothing is unlocked. Ooh. Which is good. And then test progress. That's not right. Unless I literally don't have them unlocked in test progress. one sec. So this, and then this. Yeah, cool. Cool. That's way too far off. Yeah, nice. Okay. It's pretty good. There is just a bit of an issue I think I have with the way that the grooves in the level don't really match up with like this is obviously supposed to be a groove, but then there's one here as well that's like, well, what's that supposed to be? So I think I need to either make them more geometric so that I know where to avoid to put the seams, or more geographic. So this is actually designed to be a map of the game. And all the locations are intended to be places on the map where there are crucibles to unlock abilities. That's the intention anyway. So in fact, these three should be much closer together, and they should be like here, I guess. Yeah, maybe swap these two. And then I need solid backs for them. I don't know why I never had that. Not sure. Oh, maybe because once you select them, that highlights. Huh. So I could do like this and call this like backing. It's better. Be nice if they had the little fire, the flicker as well. That'd be sick. I'm thinking this, not this, the icon could have the I mean, it is really cool, but not necessarily what I was looking for. Yeah, not this one. Ensign shader. And then this needs to have an effect time that we can drag left and right. But I kind of just want it, well, if it's at 100, I'm trying to think about like what we need to do to make this shape wiggle and fire, like be inflamed. I think, oh, thanks, Magnus. Merci. How to build levels. Hey, CMAT. I don't have a video on how to build levels, but I do have some advice. Start with mechanics and build little puzzle pieces out of your mechanics. So don't build a whole level, just build like a thing you can do with your mechanics. And then think about how you're going to teach the player how to do that thing, you know? And then the order in which you have to teach the player the stuff, that becomes the level. So the task of like, well, time to do a level, that's going to be hard if you're not thinking about what your game is about, what you need to teach the player. Typically, it's actually that you've got like, you haven't gone through the thought process of what it is to teach the player how to play your game. And then once you go into that mindset, you might start thinking, oh, well, they have to learn this first and da-da-da-da. And as you do that, it's like, oh, this is my level. This is my tutorial level. And then as you introduce more mechanics or more ideas, more story, the level is just the space where the content goes. You don't put a level in and then fill it with content. You design the content and then fill it in a space, and that becomes your level. How is this shader built? It's taking the white and multiplying it. But it shouldn't really matter. I mean, whatever we put in here should just do this. 1 minus the alpha. Oh, I see. I see. Not these ones. These ones. But I need them either without the alpha, or the other way I could build this shader is to, instead of alpha, use brightness to do this. Pretty sure there's a name for this. Oh, thank you, Pop. Adjustment. What is this texture? Oh, it's white. So then what's the problem? I think because the edge... There we go. So we can use this as that. And then we don't need this anymore. They ain't like us. You're not like us. And then this might work now for what I wanted to do over here. Where'd my level go? I just had a level I was playing with. Where did it go? Over here? No. No. Sometimes the levels just disappear. It's not this. I genuinely don't know where it went. Usually they go here, they disappear and they show up there. It was right here. There it is. I don't know how this works. I don't know what Elzac did to make this happen. And I can't fix it myself. So I'm just stuck dealing with this problem. All right. So we could take this icon and we can fill it with the... still full. That's a shame. Well, the right way to do this would be to go back to the shader and use the correct thing that we're trying to use here. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm seeing. It's interesting. Why is this quantized in a weird way? Okay, that's still good. Not bad. Now I just need to multiply it by the color that it is. This is Unity 2022.3. Oh no, it needs to be unscaled time. Wait, what? No unscaled time in this? Wait. Oof. You need to pass it in? Yucky. Why not use Unity 6? Because this project's been in, it's a live project. You can't, I mean, like, I wouldn't just update straight away. I got to make sure I'm like, there's like 6 people working on it. The project's like 8 years old. I don't just update. I got to like pick a date when we're not doing anything major and then like update and then like fix all the problems and then we can think about it. So what I want to do here is pick whichever of these, if unscaled time is 0, you're going to multiply, you want to plug that in instead. So, I mean, we can do predicate. We could say if well, it's either this if true and this if true, this if false. And this is going to be like a step. So it's going to be 1 or 0 if it's anything greater than 0. Hey, Axcal. Oh, that's so sweet. Welcome. I'm trying to figure out how to make this not be all wonky. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. So over here on update, I guess we're just going to say we do that. Do you have an idea of what the state of Insignia's development should look like in order to consider releasing it? Yeah, it needs to be finished. That's an interesting question. Typically, I mean, maybe there's a subtly different answer to what you're asking. Hey, Mr. Gogo. I don't know what your game is. And I don't know who you are. Come to think of it. Okay. Well, I'm unfortunately not interested in watching it at the moment. If you stick around, like maybe, you know, if you contribute to chat and be like, a viewer in the chat, maybe we'll get to that point. But you can't just drop in and say, hey, I've got a teaser trailer for my game. I understand you're trying to promote. But it's not, you can't, if everyone did that, we'd just be watching trailers all day, you know? Aren't you afraid of scope creep? Oh, I see. You're asking like how, like, what is the scope of the game is your question. How do I know when I'm done? I see, Magnus. That's a different, yeah, that makes sense. Those are good questions. Let me just see this one sec. Ensign color. Yeah, I knew that you had a reasonable question in there somewhere. I just couldn't understand what it was. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Give me a second. I'll explain it. I'll lay it out. Yeah, this is looking like okay. I think what I want is for not to use the alpha, but for the brightness to be the alpha. If I say float, if I pass that in, what comes out? Huh, interesting. I suppose then the other question is like, well, I could pass this into that. That doesn't work though. Hang on, I got an idea. Take this, step this, I don't know why it's 0.97. I'm actually not sure. When you cast an RGBA to a float, what are you getting? Is it the brightness? Yeah. This is dumb. I should just only pass in things that I want to be affected by this. In fact, I should make this full white. Sorry. Okay. All right. I'm going to answer that question. So the question was, what does the final scope of Insignia look like? So what I'm working on right now is Insignia Chapter 1. And we are... Hey, ZZG. Thank you so much for the 10 bits. So what Insignia is starts with this chapter, and this chapter includes, an introduction to the story and characters, the gameplay mechanics, all the major mechanics in the game. It has a dungeon, explorable area, and a boss fight. That's one chapter of the game. And that's basically like the first of 5 chapters. In fact, let's call them 4 chapters. So there's 4 chapters of this size. Then there's a 5th chapter, which includes basically backtracking through all the other areas and optional content to do with sort of like a second part to all of the little stories, all the little side quests. At the end of that, though, there's the boss fight with the final boss, and that's it. That's the whole game. So it's not like there's no idea. Like, the story's been written for years, but the thing that we've been iterating on in the last little while has been mostly about what is the fidelity of the story that we're telling. Like, where do we put music? How does the music for each of these, when we have music, what are we making it? Is it orchestral? Is it chiptune? When we have NPCs, how involved is an NPC side quest? Is it like a couple minutes? Is it like, a longer thing? And what I'm looking for when I'm trying to figure out like the answer to that question, because people ask the question, like they're talking about when we talk about scope creep typically I think revolves around this idea of, well, you don't know how big or small it needs to be, so you keep adding things. Insignia is getting bigger, but not at an unbounded rate. We're not asking how big does the game need to be. It's more like, what is the point at which it is most marketable? That's the question. And so that really comes down to the how. There's also a question of momentum. So like, there's a kind of really nice sweet spot that we're heading towards now. We're just about there. It's like by the end of the month we'll be there. We're kind of there now already, but like about by the end of the month for sure. Of, do we have an answer for how we build content for the game? Do we know exactly how we set up stories, how we do cutscenes, what a side quest is, what's involved in it, and do we have the ideas about long-term item economy set up? Like when you do this side quest, you get this item. Does that item get used for something later? What is the something that it gets used for? What's the long-term vision for upgrades and progress? And the reason why we would make that stuff bigger is because there's space in one part of the game that has potential. Like, for example, the abilities system that I've got in the game now has enough potential in it for, let's say, 12 hours of gameplay. But the items you can get in the game, the accessories and stuff, there aren't 12 hours worth of new and interesting accessories to get. So there has to be a balance, because if there's no upgrades and it's just using the abilities to platform through the level, then you've made a platformer. And platformers can be cool, but the platforming needs to be diverse and interesting over and over again. It needs to continually be kind of, you know, like Celeste, you know, the first level does one thing, second level does a bit more. It needs to be more progressive. In this game, I'm not doing that. I'm not trickling out level by level, one ability at a time. I'm giving you a bunch of abilities, and I'm asking you to find the content by going through the levels. But to do that, now you've got to ask about the space. Like, how big should the space be? How many levels between new item upgrades should there be? Should every level have a new item upgrade, or one per chapter? It's that balance that we're trying to find. Not necessarily, let's keep adding until we stop, but how do we get to a point where one chapter at least feels like, if you just play the game as it's coming to you, you have a good balance of things that you're interested and motivated by, and they're not too far away for you to explore those things. You know, you're interested in the characters, and there's a quest right there, and you can talk to the characters and get a bit more info. As you do that, you find yourself exploring because you're trying to get the items for the quest. As you do that, you stumble into a side area where there's a chest on the other side of the room. Oh, I might go and try to get that. You know, like, it's that creating the balance. So in terms of like what the fidelity needs to look like to reach that, there's no answer. I mean, like, in a way, I think most games have this curve where you start with a bunch of ideas, and then you end up scrapping the ones you can't achieve and sticking to the ones you can, and building the game out of the ones that you can achieve. Insignia's scope of what can be achieved quickly, like efficiently, has gone way up in the last year and a half. So like, the kinds of storytelling that I can do, the way that we can guide the player through the level has become much, much more efficient to do. It's easy to make content now. So now it's not a question of like, when will we stop? It's more a question of like, okay, let's start filling in the gaps and fleshing out like the rest of it. Like, I think we're stopping now in terms of like, I'm not adding new layers of gameplay. I'm not adding new layers of polish. I'm just trying to get everything up to that standard, and then we can just continue with the story from there. I'm not searching anymore. So chapter 1 is basically it's an example of what the game looks like. That is the definition of what the finished game looks like. It's just only 25% of that. It's just that times 4 more, you know? Is the demo out? No, it's not out yet. I'm working on it right now. It probably won't be public as soon as it's ready. I think I'm going to hold it for a bit longer. I don't think we should be making this a public demo. Hey, Zay. 20 bits. Seems like you've been working on Insignia a long time. I have been, yeah. I'll start making a game, but I feel stressed. I've done a lot of soundtracks, made a lot of animations, but when I really try to start on it, it seems like I don't have the tools already. Like I need something to start. Can you give me an advice? I mean, it's hard. I think you should make something small enough that you know what it is first. Does that make sense? If you can shrink your idea down to something that you know you can make, I think that will save you from having to try to make something that's so big that you don't know what it is yet. Like, or take the time to develop an idea without starting the project yet. Just write stuff down, you know, ideas about a world or a character or a place, or you have to write a story before you want to tell the story, you know. The game development, if you're doing like an adventure game, the game is the story being told. But to know what the game needs to be, you have to know what the story is first. And the story doesn't have to be like, you know, a narrative. It can be anything. It can be a concept. But it's almost an artistic question. It's like, what are you trying to make? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, if you just say, hey, it's like when people, you know, you give someone a pencil and paper and they say, I love drawing. And then they sit there and they go on a Saturday, they go, I don't know what to draw. Like, I want to draw, I just don't know what to draw. It's like that person in that moment, they like drawing, but they're not an artist in that moment. Because an artist, being an artist is about expressing ideas. Drawing is just a technical skill. So it's like that with game development. If you just like to develop things, that's different from having a story to tell. So, and that's not a value judgment. I'm not saying that's a good thing or a bad thing, or you should want to do this or you shouldn't. I'm just saying, like, for your game to have purpose, you need to have a reason to make it. You know what I mean? So I think it's worth asking yourself, what kind of games do you want to make? Like, what do you want to put out into the world first? And then think about like how you can package that into something that's achievable as a project, and then think about all the rest of it. And then you can worry about the tools and the how. The how is not as important as the what. That's right, story to tell can mean game design. Yeah. Like, I have an idea for a game that's like a procedural world. Like, it's like a Minecraft sort of block style world that you can explore. And every time you take a step in the game, you move from one block to the next. And that's 1 minute of game time. Exploring that is also an artistic endeavor. It's an expression of like what could be fun inside of this space. Now, I want to be kind of clear here. There is kind of a distinction that I didn't really make, that it could be made. When we talk about games, we story can have a few different meanings. It could be your story, right? It could be about like you as a creator and what you want to tackle next, what it is that you want to add to your little legacy. That could be a story, like it's your story. Story can be about sharing messages with people and expressing yourself creatively. But intention is the right word, I think. I think you got there before I did. I think that there's a valid way to build games where all you're really trying to do is explore genre, like mechanics, and just be like, hey, like, what can I make out of this that's fun? Like, what kind of, almost like an aesthetic exploration. Like, what can I do with these mechanics to push or pull the player into an emotional space or whatever? Having direction is what we're talking about. It's about direction. I think it's it's easy for me to talk about direction in the terms of storytelling because that's what I'm making. I make games that have stories. All of my games have stories. But if you like making puzzle games or card games, I still think it's very hard to engage in creativity, to engage in game development, because game development is about building a relationship with the player. Like when you interact with the player, when you make a game and the player picks up the controller and they start playing the game, that's your opportunity to communicate with the player. And everything that you put in the game has to be towards something. It's like, why? Why is this in the game or this not in the game? And if you don't have a why, then there's no reason to put anything in the game. I think that's what we're talking about here. It's like, what is it that you're trying to what kind of experience are you trying to share with the player? So maybe story is too deep of a word. Maybe it's more like experience or feeling or what purpose? You have to have a purpose first. I guess that's probably the loosest word, although it doesn't feel it feels a bit circular to say, oh, I don't know what to do. And then I say, it's because you have no purpose. You know, it's like, hey, King, welcome. How's it going? Yeah, it's a hard one to answer because it's personal, right? Like your purpose comes down to you. What it is that you want to express to the player that's up to you. And I think the way that thank you so much. The way that I think about this question, I think the shortcut answer is to ask yourself, why do you want to make games? Like, what is it what got you into wanting to make games? What kind of games have you been playing that excited you, that you wanted to then share with the world? I feel like that's really the question. Because if you aren't, like, there's got to be something, right? Like, games are not easy to make. So I can't imagine wanting to make them without, having experienced them, because it takes a long time to make one. So you have to have some kind of interest, at least in some aspect of what you've experienced as a player. Is it the puzzle solving? Is it challenge? Is it Twitch mechanics? Is it online multiplayer? Like, what is it that gets you excited about playing games? And for me, the easy thing to say is I just really love playing adventure games. I love how they make me feel. I love how they take me away from my environment and bring me into a different world. So for me, I want to tell stories inside of worlds that I create. I want to share that with new players the way that games that I grew up playing made me feel. That's it. That's my why. So for me, it's very straightforward. If I'm trying to make a game, the purpose always comes back to that. So terrible. That's very funny. If you know what you're here for, it's easy to make decisions, or easier to make decisions. But it's never easy, but it becomes easier if you have a purpose, I think. That's right, Acrobat. Yeah. So, Yay, we did it. That took a lot longer than I anticipated at first. So I've got to now fill these up with the actual content that's going to be in them. Because right now they're not anything. They're just a gif of Armin jumping off of a wall. But they need to have their own gifs. And the hard part is that what I'd love to do is either video recording feels bad. That can't be right. Feels like a lot of megabytes of memory either way. I do have a way of doing this. I have a camera on Armin that I call the ability camera, I think, or I used to. Maybe I don't anymore. Wait, am I still? Oh, in development. Good. Let's actually commit that. Okay. So I just lost my train of thought completely. Video capture. Recording camera. Here it is. So the idea here is that I take this recording camera and I throw it on Armin, and then I press play, or maybe not. Maybe I make the camera. Oh, and then I go to the recorder. Might be general recorder. Now, why does targeted camera... How do I pick the camera that I want? Why you no let me? Targeted camera capture is currently not compatible with a 2D UIP renderer, and as an alternative, capture from the game view or from a render texture instead. Oof. Okay. Well, I guess what I would do is turn off the main camera. I think that just creates another one. It literally creates a second one. Okay, so not that. But I think if I untag this and then take this and then make this the main camera, then well, that didn't work. Oh, this is recording to a texture. Oh, okay. I've already sorted this out then. Cool. It's a render texture asset. And it's the render texture asset that this is called. This is the recording texture. Got it. So that went somewhere. Let me check that. Okay. Oh, good. My graphics card actually allowed it to happen. Check it. Oh, it didn't look great. But that's a good start. We could put this on the main camera. That certainly doesn't look right. Hang on, it's not zeroed out. Okay. Is the dust coming in the right spot? Looks not bad. Let's try an enemy. We get what we wanted? No, we didn't get the flame particles. So in order to get those, we're going to have the recording camera, which I still kind of want to put on Armin. I think that's correct. But it needs to be able to see the different layers that we're looking for. Final render quads UI. What does the camera see? Default renderer 1, Insignia renderer. Okay. And it's got basically everything on. Okay. That's correct. Let's not get UI in there. Oh, it actually worked, but I don't think we got it quite right. Yeah, something's up with it. It might be the position in space. We've got to copy like this camera's basically everything. -10, 100. Yeah. Base orthographic, base orthographic. I think it's right. It might just be that the camera's position isn't the same. I'm trying to figure out Or maybe it's that the render textures are too, they're not behaving correctly. That's hard, man. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. I never took that break I was gonna take like an hour and a half ago. All right, see you in a bit, pals. Hello. I got some yogurt. Any of you remember the yogurt days on stream? Any OG viewers in chat? But this time it's yogurt in a bag. Shout out to my OGs who've upgraded to kids sack yogurt. Sachet. It's good stuff. Voiced narration. I think it's great. I don't think it'll be in my game, but I would love to do it one day. If Insignia gets voiced narration, I mean, that'll be the day. Hey, Wyoda, thank you so much for the sub. How does it taste? Like strawberries. It's okay. All right. So I think my issue here is that the Pixel FX Manager, I think what it's doing, where it's showing us these flames, notice how different it looks in this camera versus this camera. That's because it is set up specifically to, well, no, that's weird, isn't it? It's set up specifically to map to the dimensions of the camera that's running the game. Yeah, oh no, I'm not saying it would be out of place. I would love to have it I would love to have it in Insignia. I just don't know if it's viable to put it in scope. It just doesn't seem like a reasonable thing to do. Suddenly my writing budget is limited by how much dialogue I can get recorded, you know? We could do like grunts and stuff, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to just, you can't just say like dialogue. I'd love to do it. I just don't have a budget for it. And I can't see it adding enough to the game to make it worth it. Like I said, it takes something away. So Terrible says, like, why not just record the game and have Armin play it back? The difficult part about that is the game's systems require the game to be running in a very specific way to record gameplay. And setting up on an entire scene just to play the inputs back, I don't know, man. That feels bad. I can't see it working, especially because we have the game paused right now, so the time scale is turned off. I think recording it's better. Definitely in-game, sorry, GIFs. I think GIFs are better for just stability. But for extensibility, yeah, I mean, for sure, it'd be great to be able to just like go into a little side space and just have Armin do a thing. And that way the VFX would be updated as well. So I don't know. It's hard to do though. I just don't know how to do it. Like, I don't think you can have different timescales in different scenes. Can you do that? Oh, it looks like there are. Maybe you can do it. I mean, I could try. But then I feel like we'd have to load the scene as well every time. Gosh, I'm not sure. It seems complicated to get right. I don't really have the game built to do that. But definitely not. I mean, Armin. Well, I could. Well, maybe. It might be worth exploring. All right, you got me. Let's see what we can do here. This is definitely not how I've built this to work. There's so many singletons. Oh no, Javine, like we're already able to do the GIF recording. Let me just try something here. Okay, so that doesn't break. Let's try something else. Hang on a second. Just give me a sec here. Give me a second. I think this is hard to do. I think this is going to be very hard to do. can't even see anything. I think it's going to be really hard to do without throwing in an engine, which then expects there to be an almond. The singleton breaks down. It's too hard to do. Better to just record it. All right. I just got to get this thing looking right. I don't know why this happened. If I take this camera away, yeah, it's perfect. So it's actually the existence of the other camera creates that warped texture. And I need to think really hard about how that texture is created. So that texture is part of the Pixel FX Manager, which contains that, which contains the background and the foreground FX quad. The background FX quad is this one. The foreground FX quad is this one. So the foreground FX quad gets scaled. Hey, aggressive, welcome. So terrible. No, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it. So these things have textures that they export, and then that texture, I guess, just gets drawn onto the screen. So the easiest thing that I could do right now is just chuck this thing on Armin and then just change its size, basically. I wonder if I could change the viewport rect. Let's leave it as it is. We could change the recording texture to be 640 by 360, and that would be now the same as what it would be otherwise. That way, I guess if we record it from there, it'll be correct, and then I just need to crop it afterwards. So if I go over to the frame, still no. Really? Maybe I need to make the camera bigger. Well, then I'm just sitting at the same everything as the one that we've got in the game. Well, it's at 0.9. If I make it 1.8, now it should be basically the same. So again, Still, there's nothing I can do right here, is there? How is that so far off? I love the pixel art style in the game Chasm. I think Chasm's one of the best looking games out there in pixel art. It's beautiful. Okay, better approach. We pop this on there, and then we we lock the camera to Armin's position. Can we do that? The main camera on Armin. And then we turn off going to cheat here a little bit. That doesn't work. Maybe we just turn off the camera behavior. And we just put it in a fixed position in the screen, in the scene. Oh yeah, that's better. And then, can we do it this way? Hey, we got there. Okay, so as long as the two cameras are... Oh, that's why. Animation curve used for something not animation. You mean on Armin? Where were you looking? Yeah, you can use animation curves for anything. This? That's just a curve. It's just... An animation curve is just a thing that goes from A to B. That's all. I think I figured it out though. I think that if you put the recording camera on Armin and the main camera on the recording camera, zero out the position of the main camera, put that there, and then we press play. We turn it this on and then off, and then we just zero it where we want it. Now it's dead center. Now we take that recording camera and make it 0.9. We take this texture and make it 240 by... I can't remember what it was. 240 by 240. No, there was a number before. Hang on a second. 240 by 180. Okay. Then we go to our recorder. And then we... Cool. We go start recording, stop recording. Did we get it? No, it's still not right. Okay. So you do need it to be the exact size. You can't just copy. I think it needs to be 640 by 360. That does work though. So at 640 by 360, we get the right thing coming out. What about if we take the recording camera and make it 0.9? No. Has to be the exact same size, exact same everything. Okay. Well, we could make the main camera 0.9 for the purposes of this little test. How about we do that? Yay, that works. Sick. I think that was right. Whoops, I just did him. Oh no, it's okay. Did we get it? Yes. Okay. And that's 640 by 360. We can halve that to 180 to 320 by 180. Can we now just set the render texture to be arbitrary? So 240, was it? By 180? Okay. Recorder, record window, start recording, stop recording. Oh, it does work. Sick. Okay. The two cameras just needed to be the same size. So now we can do this. That's excellent. That's actually perfect for what I'm trying to do here. So, it might be worth setting this up in such a way that there's like a test area or like an area where the graphics are a certain level of polished. Sorry, just looking at some work that got sent in. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. All right. So the idea now would be to take this somewhere we can showcase the abilities, and then record them and then put them in where we want them. For now, It might be nice to... Well, we can do something abstract. We can... I don't know. I think maybe just the world, because the player will be spending the most time here. So maybe just like a general whatever level. Like in this scene is probably fine. In fact, this is probably a good test. So if I go platforming unit test and then go to open model and then just duck down the prototype, maybe we'll just do a version that's like a little room. And we'll just do a little wall. Huh? What? 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 That's not right. Excuse me? What the heck happened here? Where's my auto tile rules? Did these get broken? Who broke my rules? Hey, Anonymous, thank you so much for the sub. I don't know. Give me a second here. Oh, okay. So that's totally fine. So then what the heck? The heck is this thing? Why did the rules break? Specifically in this file. That is extremely weird. What the heck? I'm at a complete loss. I have no idea what's happening here. I'm completely at a loss. This is the folder, platforming test. You go to rules, you see the rules. They're the same rules that the other file is using. So what gives? I mean, I don't even know what this is. I don't even know how we got from orange to these rocks. Unless, oh, hang on a second. I know what I've done. I know what I've done. I am a duffer. I know what I've done. Don't worry, everything's fine. I'm just stupid. Stupid. So I should actually have different level blocks to showcase each of the abilities. That's what I should have, with the enemy inside of it that you need to do it. Maybe I should have the camera fixed. I don't know. What do you think? 200 pixels isn't that much. So locking it to Armin seems reasonable. What is that? It went backwards. Oh, why did it go backwards? Oh, because Armin pivots. Huh. That's actually pretty funny. I'm not going to fix that right now. So and that's the sequence right there. Thank you so much for watching. So if I copy all of these and then go to Insignia, Assets, Recordings, okay, not that. Sprites, maybe? Screen recordings. And then new folder, charge recording. Now this has just got a bunch of files in it. Good. Okay. And then I literally make a new retrobox file in this folder, and I call it Armin Charge Ability Recording. Or don't I? There we go. Okay. And then I literally take all of these and I drag them in. Oh, don't make me do that. Not one by one. No. Come on. How come this used to work? There's no way I did this by hand. Maybe I can do it by doing this. There we go. Oh, thank God. It's probably a little too long. That's okay. Cool. And then I can put that in there. And then I can go here and press, well, not here, save this. I can go anywhere else in the game. Go like this, and look at this, and it should be, hey, there's Armin doing his little charge. It works. Cool. And now I've matched the functionality from 2018 when I did this. Except last time I did it, I put a shader on Armin to make it all sepia and put it in the book. So it was like you were looking at the pages of a book, but it looked dumb. It looks better this way. Okay, let's keep going. We can get the other two. I had an issue with the last graphics card on my laptop when I was trying to do this back in Thailand, I think it was, where it wouldn't do transparency in the render texture. So I just couldn't do this, what I'm doing right now. Like, I just couldn't do it. It was crazy. There was nothing I could do to make it work. Maybe that should have been a little longer, that jump. It looked a little weak. That was good. I like that I can edit it too. That's good. That's for climb. How's it going, Tech? Long time no speak. What's going on with you? I might even pull out. There's a frame somewhere along here that I'll delete. This one. Nice, that's much better. Making great progress. I'm going to GDC. If you live anywhere near San Francisco or intend to be there, we should catch up. Okay, and then we've got the final one, which is over here. And this is... Seattle. You're on the right coast. Maybe, yeah, maybe next year. I hope I get to go again next year. I don't know yet if I'll do that, but we'll see based on this year, I suppose. Bounce, climb up, and then lands. Get rid of those. I think I just called it Rise. I don't like the name of it, but I called it that, so it is that. Yo, what's going on? Who's following me? Wilco, thank you so much for the follow. And Victor Jouet. Victor Jou. The player. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. Je? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Je? But that's not je, because it's Joue. Whereas je, game is Jeue. How do I don't even... J-E... UX? EUX is for the French... For... Oh no, jouer... Is it player? I don't actually know. Joueur? I don't know. Hey, Lodge Road. J-E-U-X. Je. Yeah. Lodge Road says, hey bro, really appreciate your work. I'm a developer that tries to change career to game dev. Your videos are very helpful. Thank you so much. OU is silent in French? Well, that can't be right. Joue. No, that's not right. Isn't it like je? Jeux vidéo? EU? Not ou? Because that would make sh for shoe, but we say shoe. Je. Well, that's je. But isn't bonjour, joue is the same bonjour. Les œufs, mes jeux. But isn't that, isn't like EUX like cerveau, cerveau. Oh, veau, cerveau. Oh, it is O. Je, cerveau. Ah, it's hard. I thought so. Was I pronouncing it correctly, Magnus? Je? Je. Correct. Okay. That's all. I can't explain it, but I think I can read it properly. I'm explaining it incorrectly, but I think I'm reading it correctly. Canadian accent. All right, bud. If that's what you're asking for, that's what you're gonna get. All right. Don't get testy with me where it's not perfect, okay? I've never been to Canada, and the only show I've watched is Letterkenny. Right, bud? So, that'll do. Let's get this working. Good enough. There it is. Good enough. All right. We gotta go ahead and figure out what we're gonna do here. Here? I don't know. I don't actually know the accent that well. The only other Canadian accent that I can really do is the Peterson one, which is not quite in the same place. Or like, I guess, Linus Tech Tips. But his is the Linus Tech Tips accent. It's like almost like Californian. You know? That level of Canada. If you're in Toronto, you might as well be. You're almost in California. There's or like the Bronx. Sometimes Canadians have this Bronxy accent that they talk with. No one even in Canada sounds like Jordan Peterson. That's just the demon inside of him. Victor, merci pour abonné. I never know how to say that. I'm not going to try it. Thanks for your subscription, Victor. Merci. Okay, so we're talking in a Canadian accent. We're gonna do our darndest. Gonna make sure we get it right. Okay, so this is our Rise ability recording. Recording. I don't know quite how their words are shortened. Like where you make your shortcuts when you're talking. That's a really important way of determining, you know, the way people talk. Is knowing how they shorten words. It's as important as the accent itself. Okay. Yeah, sure. So here we've got the bounce working just right there. And that's looking pretty good to me. So I'm going to go ahead and approve that. So got that rise ability, eh? That's looking real sweet. See, like, do they say real? I don't know. Really? Quite good. Like, what is the, you know, what's the vernacular? That's what I'm missing a little bit of. Because I don't know the culture very well. Like, it's impossible for me to do, to infer the Canadian culture, because it's confusing to have another country that is, as they're in the Commonwealth, just like Australia, but they're not Australians. And they're so close to America, but they're not Americans. So like, do they shorten things the way we shorten things in Australia? No. Because we have quite an American way of doing it. I mean, so do they, but like, it's weird. It's like different. We stole different bits, you know? Like N apostrophe, like how you doing in Australia is like, I guess they'd say how you doing. I guess doing is pretty common. Like which part of the US would Canadian slang best map to? It's not really anywhere. It's not Southern, you know, the way that they enunciate and talk and chop words. But even Irish, like, I don't know. This is the problem. I can do really good impressions of specific people because I know things that they say. North Dakota. Yeah, but I don't know how people talk. That's the problem. That's what's hard. I know like the way the accent sounds, but I don't know like what words they say. That's what's tough about it. So I can go on and on about things like asking, you know, you need to ask the question, okay? What do you mean by accent? You know, we can do that. We can play that all day. But that's because I know how he talks. But I don't know how like the average person in Minnesota talks. Or North Dakota. Or Maine. Or Montana. Montana? I don't know if that's north. It might be. I can name all of the US states. I've been doing a bit of geography recently. Every so often we do this on stream. Don't you know? Yeah, stuff like don't you know is I don't know that. I don't know what they say. I mean, I've heard that before, but like Montana is north of Colorado. Well, that's pretty north. That's almost up there. Do they talk like that? GeoGuessr stream when? I don't do GeoGuessr. I do the Sporkle quizzes. Like I can do these. I can do this. I can get all 50 of them. I don't want to do this. Get me out of here. Take me back. Holy moly. This has fully locked me in. Okay, I'm out. All right, you ready for this? You want to see this? Check me out. Okay. And then we got and I don't have like a special song I'm singing in my head. I just know these. This I don't know how to spell. You tell me what to. That's it. And then we've got Oregon and Washington, and we've got we got Wisconsin, and we got California, we got Arizona, we got Nevada, we've got Utah, we've got Wyoming, Colorado, Montana. What else we got? Oh, I don't know what this one is. I'm sure I do know what it is, but I'll get to it. How many left? 4 left. Oh gosh, I made it difficult, didn't I? Where are the 4? We've got one missing here. Oh, Louisiana. Can't forget that. And we've got Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. Can't miss that. 2 more. Okay, the first one. Don't try to tell me what it is. Don't try to tell me. I'm doing it myself. What is north of Utah, Nevada? Oh, I don't actually know what this is. I don't know what it is. Is it Idaho? You guys spoiled that for me. I shouldn't have looked at chat. Am I missing like a major one? What am I missing? I got Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine, Vermont. What am I missing here? Is it up here? I don't want to. I want you to. I want hints, but I don't want the answers. Oh. No. Starts with an I. One near Delaware and Virginia. This little thing over here? Oh, man. Oh, is it Maryland? I got it. That one I didn't cheat. You guys only helped me with Idaho. I looked at that and I was like, I don't know. Yeah. I got it. I'm trying to brush up, I'm going to go to the US in a little while. That was pretty good. I got 49. I probably could have got Idaho eventually. I can do Europe as well. I can get pretty close to all of Europe. I'm not amazing at it. Very few Americans can do that. Is that right? Check me out, okay? The only problem here is that there's like Liechtenstein, and you've got like there's another L that's not Liechtenstein. I'm never gonna get these, but Kosovo, Liechtenstein. We've got Andorra. You got Monaco, and you got Montenegro. You got Malta and Cyprus. I'm trying to pick the hard ones first. You've got Belgium's fine. There's another L, and it's not Liechtenstein, and it's not the Vatican. It's another one in there that's Luxembourg. Okay, with those out of the way, then you can say UK, Ireland, Greenland. Is that part of it? But it's Iceland, if not that. And then Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. Then you got Russia, and you got Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia. You got Poland, you got Belarus, you got Bosnia and Herzegovina, and you got Romania, and you got Moldova, and you got the Ukraine, and you got, is that Turkey down there? You got Greece, you got Macedonia, which is now North Macedonia. You got, let's make it easy for ourselves here, Italy, France, Spain, Portugal. You got your Netherlands, Germany, Austria. You got Switzerland. You got Hungary. Did I say Austria? You've got Slovenia, Slovakia. We've got Serbia, Croatia, Czechia. Oh, I'm getting there. Okay. There's another B. Bulgaria. Got two more. It's a Slavic country near Macedonia. Did I said Andorra? What is that? And then I'm missing, I guess, another city-state kind of situation. Not Andorra. Is another A, is it? Oh, Albania? Oh, I'm missing one. Did I say? I said Bosnia. Oh, okay. Well, I'm missing one. I don't know where it is. The map is green. The map is green. Did I say Vatican? I did. What is this? That's not the white, is it? Or is it up here? Is it? I actually don't know. Alabama. You can zoom, but it doesn't really help. It would be another one of the Liechtenstein kind of situations. It's not in Italy because it's Italy and Vatican City, and that's it. It's San Marino. That's it. That's it. That's the one. Yeah, where is San Marino? I thought maybe... Where is it? I actually don't know where it is. San Marino. Oh, it is in Italy. Oh, wow. I did not know that. You're totally right. Never heard of that. Like, I've heard of it, but I didn't know. I never really like geolocated it. So there you go. I can do that too. Do not ask me to do Africa. I could do Asia. Maybe not 100%, but I could get like most of Asia, I think. Do we do Asia? One more. I've had a hard couple of days. I need a break. Don't ask me to do Africa. I'll get maybe like 20, 30 maybe in Africa, but there's like 50. There's so many. Okay, check me. Indonesia. You got Malaysia. You got the I don't know how to pronounce this. Spell this. Double P? The Philippines? Okay. You've got Laos. You've got Cambodia. You got Thailand and Vietnam. And you've got Myanmar. And then you've got China, and you got, did I say Singapore? Don't forget it. India, Pakistan. You got your Nepal, and you have Bangladesh. Okay, it's gonna get hard in here. North Korea, South Korea, Japan, Mongolia, Russia. It's 50% done. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan. But this is not how you spell that. It's like KY, I think. Kyrgyzstan. Help me. KYRG. Kyrgyzstan? There we go. Okay. Let's do Turkey. Let's do Syria. Lebanon. Palestine. Israel. Iraq. Iran. Georgia. Azerbaijan. And we've got someone is being bad in chat. Banned. Thank you very much. Don't tell me. I'm not looking. We already got Uzbekistan anyway. Armenia. And we've got Jordan. Okay, and then UAE and Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Kuwait with a K and Yemen and Oman. And we've got 9 left. Tajikistan and Afghanistan. Okay. Now, Taiwan. I might have to drop out here. I know this, but I don't know it. No, Egypt's in Africa. And I don't know. This is like... yeah, I might suffer here. I think I'm stuck. Like, Hong Kong isn't one, right? No. Did I not? Oh, Sri Lanka? No, I've got Really? I didn't have Sri Lanka. Whoops. And the Maldives. Yeah, that's one. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And then it's 4 more. Jeez. There's 1 here, and I don't know where the other 4 are. Oh, is like Micronesia on here just to screw with us? No. New Guinea? No. There is something, I think, here that they're lying to us about. Bhutan? I think so. Yeah, there you go. That's Bhutan. Anyway, I don't know the rest of them. We did Singapore. That's down here. I don't know if Brunei counts. Oh, no, it is. Oh, okay. Oh, I got that confused with Burma, which is Myanmar. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do I don't know the rest. I'm going to give up. East Timor. I knew it. I knew it. That's the one that I thought was Papua New Guinea. And then Bahrain. Damn it. I was looking at it going like, Papua New Guinea? That's Papua New Guinea. That's East Timor. And then Bahrain, I wasn't going to get. Pretty good though, huh? Let's get back to game dev. Someone asked for a focus mode, so I'll give you that. So we actually just did the thing that we were trying to do, which is awesome. We can commit that. Cool. Good job, me. I'm using VS Code still. All right. I gotta go to the shop in a bit. I can't stream all night. You're probably bad at some things. I only show you the things I'm good at. Geography is just trivia. You just learn it. If you just do those quizzes like 10 times, you'll just do it. Like, you'll just learn it. You mean like this? Don't look at that. Don't look at the bottom. I can almost solve one. I'm saving that for myself. I'm actually learning to do that without looking at how to do it. I don't actually know, and I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to solve it myself one day. Before I die. Okay, but I'm focusing now. Okay. I did that, and I'm working on this. Ensign menu onboarding sequence. Yeah. See how aggressive. Yeah, I'm going GDC. I will be there. What is that? Why does it skip like that? I wonder. Is it over the same spot every time? What the hell just happened? Like it just then it skipped out. Is it this clamp position in bounds? Maybe it's that. Someone suggested we tighten the XY, the X on this. Should I make it so that it always follows you? Like there's no play like this? It just left scrolls at left and right scrolls at right? We could do that. Maybe that's better. I don't know what that skip is. Unless snapping out of here is giving us a bit of extra space. I don't know. Like, what the heck was that? You're seeing this, right? Good evening. It is. I know all the countries in Europe and all the states in the United States. His last name? Obama. And that man? Barack Obama. That man's name? I do not know the regions of France. Don't even ask me. There's no chance. I don't know the regions of anywhere. Nice? I don't know. Is that a region? I don't know French geography. It's a city. Okay. Champagne? Champagne, is that a region? Bordeaux? Why this no update? That's a darker color than that. What? Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's supposed to be undone, and that goes like that, and then that goes like that. Hey, that's better. Bow, bow. Bordeaux is also a city. Oh, Champagne is one. Oh, cool. Brittany. Is that a region? Anyway. Like, I don't actually drink. Hey Fuya, how's it going? Do you think a game releasing a demo when it's going to take another 2+ years to go to early access is a good idea? Oh, I did that. I'm probably still going to do that. I think you gotta have a strategy in mind. And I think as long as you can justify it within your strategy, I think it's okay. I don't know your game, so I can't say what's a good idea or what's a bad idea. I need to think about what these are. I think visually it's confusing me. There's just not a very clear set of logic about like what I'm looking at. Like they kind of look like holes. It's good in that sense. I think I should make them lit. Litty. So like the diamond. Oh, it is lit. Why is there no default lit? Is it lit default? Sprite lit default. That's what I want. Okay, it is lighting. It doesn't feel like it's lighting, but whatever. Oh, no, it is. Hey, Anorak, thank you so much for the sub. Well, that's what they are. They are waiting for a gemstone. I was supposed to get more done on this today. It's kind of, well, these red bits aren't there either. They're not right. I need to stop streaming. Why do they disappear when I go into it? Where is the small diamond? Why is it turned completely off? Weird. I don't understand. Chrome.color. Selected chrome color. It's white. This is white. Does it need sprite lit? I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going on there. It's just gone. When unselected, when deactivate base chrome color, which is supposed to be chrome.color, does this never get set? Maybe start never happens. Is mastery node a mono behavior? I mean, we could do void awake. It's kind of I've kind of hacked it though. They should have different sprites for what I'm trying to do. Oh, there it is. And I never even mentioned the health mastery nodes. But they're gonna need flags, I guess. Who's making the music? Morgan, one of my composer. On the project. So these have icons, which is this. Wait, we've got icon, image, and icon. Is the demo dropping soon? I don't know if it's going to be a public demo. It might be just internal. I haven't decided yet whether we should do like an early access thing or a Kickstarter thing. I might hold on to it until then. It just depends on how much we have to give away to get more funding. Okay, so start of the game, you just have nothing. It's just a whole bunch of nothing. And then as you unlock stuff, it makes more sense. I might remove the connections. There's like a layer here. The lines I wanted because I thought that they would help drive the player to go from A to B, but that might have to be like a hand-drawn thing later when the game's finished. I wanted it to be something that you could like go and like it like glows and fills up and connects to the next thing. But that kind of implies like main quest versus side quest. Like the line would be like, oh, this is it. Is it the main quest line? Like you got to, you know, I don't know. They are just 16 separate abilities, you know? Like they're not really connected to each other in any real way, but maybe they should be. I don't know. Maybe they should be closer together. Maybe they're too far apart. Oh, that's not good enough. That's not nearly good enough. I was way off. Still a bit more. You think way too far. Well, the idea was to have them be more like geographic, like they're actually spread apart based on where they are in the game. But that might just be a bit of a silly thought. I think denser probably feels better anyway. That does feel better. Man, I always get that wrong. Looks better this way anyway. Maybe they should be even tighter together. Well, there would be more. Well, I don't want you to be able to press left and right because I want them to be arranged this way. Hey Glyco, thanks so much for the sub. Oh, that's not going to work. I did. I made my own overlay. So the idea here is that like the game is played from left to right. Yeah. So you can go through the map and miss things. And if you have this, but you don't have this, then it's like, oh, I need to go look in that direction for the next one. And they're not really designed to be in like a grid. They're not in like a whatever. It's like some are more north, some are more south. They're not, right now at least, there's no like arrangement that makes sense because there's no real arrangement. It's just whatever. But that's because the game doesn't exist yet. I haven't got the rest of the game. And maybe when I do, it'll make more sense. It's more just that there needs to be some kind of, you know, upgrade path that you can see. And it's not a path that has choices either. It's not like a linear thing. It's not like you get this and then this and then this. Like you get these three at once, and this is like the end of the game. And then you might get this one and skip this one and get this one. You know, it's like it's not perfect. There will be 4 that are like really a bit bigger than the others. And maybe have like a different, they like have a crystal that fits in there. Like a different shape. Hey Scaffles, it's going well. All right, pals, I gotta go. I think the colors are too bright. That's my issue. But I've made good progress today. I was thinking of even having like, instead of Armin holding the ability up and seeing this thing, instead like you literally get taken to that menu and you see it light up. I don't know. All right. Pals, I gotta go. Let's find someone to raid for the Twitch viewers and get out of here. Thank you for watching. I like Chitspo, but we raided him recently. I like Ryan Art. Let's raid Ryan Art. Thanks, pals. It was a pleasure. If you like my content, those of you on Twitch, you can go check out my YouTube channel where I post tutorials and vlogs and all kinds of stuff about video games and making them. And for those of you on YouTube, if you like what I'm doing, you can always become a Twitch sub or even a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. That's me. Same goes for you on YouTube. I mean on Twitch. The patrons get their names in the credits of my streams. So if you want to have yours there, you can go ahead and become a patron. Thanks, everyone. Vous abonnez. Votre abonnement signifie fort support. All right. Thanks, everyone. That's it. I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. Support for. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Till next time.